Can you hear me now? Alright, let's try that again. Thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me now. You should also hear the music in the background as well. Yes, no? Alright, awesome. Yeah, so it's the Streamlabs app had to update on my phone that I'm using for just the streaming, and the settings are a little weird, so alright, awesome, good, you guys can hear everything. Alright, let's go ahead and get this prepped here. Alright, so not bad, not bad. All right. Yeah, these are definitely a lot easier to cut when they're not mushy. And that little guy. Don't you worry about that little guy. Baby, I just can't get right. Well, I hate to leave you, babe. Don't mean maybe because I love you so. Good night, sweetheart. And the audio might sound a little bit different this week, only because I'm not using the windscreen on the mic. So if it's too loud, let me know, and we'll go ahead and fix that. And this will be the first time making this particular dish with chunked banana. Like I said, normally I mash this up. So we'll see how the consistency and the texture is. I'm hoping that it'll be a little bit more banana flavor than I'm used to, so. And normally, people when they make either flapjacks or pancakes or whatever you want to call it, to me it's all the same. I will do them a silver dollar size. Some people think a flapjack's a little bit larger than that, so it's, you know, whatever. Personal preference, since I generally can't eat but maybe one large pancake, just because of my dietary constraints, but got that done. So we've got our cinnamon chips, quarter cup of cinnamon chips, and then just one whole banana, quartered up. And now we will start our batter. Rinse off the hands here. And I haven't made these since this time last year, so this will be exciting. Hey, MK, how you doing? Welcome into the stream. Yeah, we are cooking up some brunch today. So first dish is going to be cinnamon banana, Flapjacks. And if you guys do !menu in the chat, that will actually get you a listing of everything we're going to be making on the stream today. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. Hopefully your weekend is going well. So we've got that. We'll start our batter. And so the batter mix that I'm using, I'm cheating a little. I'm not doing this from scratch. So I use Kodiak cakes. You guys can see that. I use this brand of mix only because I need to have a higher protein diet than most others. So this particular mix is, if you make it just regular water and nothing else, 14 grams of protein. However, I put an egg in there, and I use Fairlife milk, which is also high protein as well. So I'm getting the full 21 grams of protein per serving. So although the serving sizes are going to be a little bit different just because I make them, again, silver dollar size rather than a full flapjack. So. Alright, so let me just refresh my memory on the amounts here. Yep, okay, 1 cup and 1 cup. And basically the substitutions are easy, so it calls for a cup of mix and a cup of water. If you sub out milk for the water, it's still a cup of milk. So it's easy if you want to sub things out in here. See if we can tear a little pour spout in this. That way it's easier to close the bag back up. There we go. Alright, I'm going to do this over the sink so I don't make a huge mess. And this will make way more than I can eat in one go. I hate trying to measure this stuff out by hand. This is probably just a little bit less than a full cup, but not the end of the world. I got mix all over the counter already. Never trust a clean kitchen anyway, so. We'll put a clip on our mix. There. Alright, we've got our single egg. I think we've got a cup of milk in here. So this is the milk I use as well, Fairlife. 13 grams for, I believe it's 8 ounces. Yeah, cup, 8 ounces. There we go. Alright, so let's measure out our milk. Egg. I always like to crack it off the bowl so we don't get any shell in there, because shell is nasty. And I'll usually give this a good mix first. Get the core dough blended up, batter, and then we'll add our stuff in. Because trying to mix everything together when you want a nice smooth batter is not good. Or at least not easy for me, anyway. Probably going to add a little bit more batter in there, only because we were short on the cup anyway, and the batter's a little more runny than I'd like. It's going to get runny anyway with adding in the banana, just the natural moisture and sugar from that. So And these are going to be a little more fluid in the middle, only because of the banana. It's not necessarily because they're not finished or not cooked. It's more for just nature of the banana being in there. It's going to be a little more sugary, a little more goopy, if you will. I could already start to smell the banana and that cinnamon together. That is an amazing smell. And you know, they're not perfect. They're not what you're going to get in a restaurant, but they are going to be delicious nonetheless. Kick our fan on so we're not smoking up the place. We'll drop a few more in. Taste is definitely what matters. So this particular pan did come triple seasoned, so I didn't have to do that part because I hate seasoning my pans. But I think I might have the heat up just a little too high as well. So I will definitely say that the taste is there for these. This pan, I probably should have gone with the larger, but this is a 10 1/4. I thought it would be big enough for my needs, and generally it will be, but you always want to get something a little bit larger for anything. Anytime you're going to flip something, it's just easier to mess with. There we go. I'm going to snitch a little on this one. Oh. So you get that whole chunk of banana in there. It's delicious. Until we finish all of our batter here. Definitely going to get more than my usual amount out of here. I'm not sure why that is, but these will keep really well throughout the week. So they don't really dry out a whole lot, and I think that's due to mostly to the banana that's in there. That's the other thing I like about this batter too. These cook up super, super quick. Yep. Not the end of the world. It's not true cooking if you're not making a mess, guys. Remember that. Oh, these are so good. Most people always complain, it looks burnt. It's not burnt, it's just a little on the crispy side. It doesn't taste burnt. Down to the end of our batter, guys. Probably get 2, maybe 3 more out of what we've got in there. All right. When I first started making these back in the day, I always watched my mom do it. And, of course, these are back in the days when you used Crisco and Bisquick and things like that. So I guess people still use Bisquick, but point being is that I would always watch her do it, and I would never quite get the right technique down for it. And she always made it look so easy. But I always had trouble because I would leave them on for way too long. And then I finally figured out that you know when the right time to flip them is because you'll start to see the batter bubble. And oops, this off again. And I think we'll make 2 larger ones out of this if we can. Don't want to waste any of these cinnamon chips in here. They're too good to waste. I'm definitely going to need to do dishes a few times today because I only have so much so many dishes I could use for my prep, so kind of messed that turn up, but these will be our last 2. So let me move you guys back over here for a second. Guys, so there we are. This do look pretty damn good if I do say so myself. And what I like to do is just a little pat of butter on top. Honestly, I let these cool down normally, and then I'll just kind of butter them like toast. But we'll see what we can do here with this today. And I'm not really a syrup kind of guy. It's just not my thing. Leave that there. Spread it around nice and soft. Matter of fact, I don't even think I have any syrup in the fridge. I did actually forget to buy some yesterday. Alright, so while we're waiting on that, I'm going to go ahead and get the oven preheated. Preheat. Tree fitty. Alright, let's get that going. So that way by the time we are done our breakfast, we can start in on our pull-apart bread, which is going to be really good. And I am running out of coffee. That's what I forgot to do this morning, was make a French press. Although I don't really have the appropriate grind. I don't have a coffee grinder yet. I need to replace it. And obviously requisite photos for the Instagram. And if you're not following already on Instagram, it is !social in the chat. We'll get you links to the Twitter, Instagram, and the YouTube channel. As well as Discord. We'll also get you links to our Discord where we're hanging out most days. 7 days a week. And when we are not on stream, we're in the chat. So you can always make a friend, play a game. We've got rooms in there for watch parties and all different kinds of games and topics that you might imagine. We've got some links to some subreddits and all kinds of cool stuff in there. So. Hey, Mr. Gog, how are you? Excellent stream as always. So we are just kind of letting that chill for right now. We'll spread some of that butter around. And I really need to watch the butter in my diet, but go ahead and try one of these. These are so good. Let some of this butter run off. And like I said, these are going to be a little more moist in the middle than what most people anticipate, only because of the banana. And the cinnamon chips do have a tendency to kind of melt a little bit in there. But yeah, this is really good. Especially with just a little bit of butter. And if you like syrup, you can use syrup on it as well. But got a little crazy with the butter there for a second. But oh damn, that's good. The butter gives it that saltiness that it needs to balance off all that sweet that's in there. Because remember, we've got a whole banana that we cut into slices, and then we quartered those slices. And we did a 1/4 cup of cinnamon chips, which I had lying around. So these here, and these are good in cooking, baking. So I just happened to have them lying around and remembered how well they worked the last time I put them in these, and oh man, so good, so good. And the nice thing about these being so moist is you can pick them up and they won't fall apart on you. They've got that rigidity. So you could basically eat it as a pancake taco if you wanted. Senna, you're missing out. You really gotta try those. Anything you would normally put cinnamon in, unless it specifically needs like ground cinnamon, They're really good for cookies, muffins, obviously flapjacks or pancakes, waffles. They're dynamite in anything where you want that little bit of, not so much crunch, but you like that kind of chunkiness to the batter. They're really delicious. I'm going to do one more, and then we're going to do some dishes and move on to our next recipe. These are, as you can see, they're stupid easy to make, and they're stupid quick to make, too. Most people think, oh, pancakes on a Sunday is going to take a while. Unless you're cooking for a big family or a gathering or something like that. These are really super quick to make. I mean, I'd say I probably, from start to plate, 20 to 25 minutes, maybe 30 if I'm pushing it. We've been on air now, what, 41 minutes, and most of that was me kind of screwing around with Twitter and stuff, so like I said, super easy to make. Actually, I'll leave those there a little bit longer. I'll let you guys savor that from afar while I do some dishes here. Hopefully everyone's Sunday is going well. Their weekend's going well. Their previous week had gone well as well. And it's Sunday, so we're all looking forward to a new week with new challenges and new things to overcome and things to enjoy. As of yet, I haven't decided if I'm going to be back for a stream tonight. Although I would really like to do some more Animal Crossing, get the island prep for our community event that we're going to have on Saturday, 10/31. If you guys want more information on that as we have it, ! Discord in the channel will get you a link to that. That's where we're going to be sharing most of that. Is that because it is a community event. Although we will be sharing some information on Instagram and Twitter as well. The Discord is going to be your main avenue for that information. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to be opening up our island. We're going to have, if you so choose, you can come by and visit the island. We'll have some items for trick-or-treating. I am working on the apple orchard, so that is going to be open as well. And we've got some things as we're going along. So actually, if you want to check back on the last VOD I did, I believe it was Friday. We had a really good stream where we made some stuff, so you can check out and see where we're at. And we'll have even more come Halloween, because we've got the whole month to work on the island, so. Yes, they are good. You should just be able to pop that up, and if you have Discord running, it will have you in there. That's interesting. Let me just check this out real quick since I've got my Surface here. Oh, you know what? I hope that link's not broken. That link might very well be broken. Give me a second here. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. Thanks, Go. Appreciate it. Thanks for checking it out. AMK, go ahead and try that link. Let me know if that works. And if that works, I will go ahead and add that for the command, so that will continue to work. That's odd. It's weird. I tested that out the other day. Actually, okay, cool. You know what, that other link might have gotten deactivated. Let me try that now. That's odd. Alright, that's kind of weird. Alright, we'll roll with the old link for right now, because I clicked it again and it started working, so I don't know, probably Discord being Discord. Alright guys, enjoy some of the music, and I'm going to go ahead and get these dishes done so we can start our second recipe. There was a cinnamon chip in there. Oh well. Today is probably going to be a good day after the stream. I'm probably going to tear that stove apart and we'll get that cleaned up. That's been a bit beat around this week. And all of the finished product photos of this are going to be on the Instagram, so if you guys want better photos of what we're making today, I will go ahead and make sure those get shared. One of these days I'll get around to getting a better camera setup in here. Just my Surface. So for those of you that have been on the stream for a minute, you'll know that I control, or at least monitor, the stream and everything with my Surface Pro X. And that does not have a regular chip in it, processor. It has, it's not an Intel or an AMD, it is an ARM processor, so I cannot run some of the normal types of software on there, like Streamlabs or something like that. Once Windows puts in better support for x64 emulation, then I will be able to hopefully do what I'm able to do with my desktop on the tablet, and that'll make the stream a little bit easier. I can switch between cameras and do all kinds of cool stuff. So we'll have to see how that update comes from Microsoft later this month. I believe is what they promised. So, all right, guys. Now, this recipe I have made before, so kind of an old pro at this one, if you will. These next two recipes I've never made, so we'll see how that goes. So one last look at those, glistening with butter, and we'll go ahead and start our new recipe. Oh, so good. So, here's our Pyrex that we're going to be filling with all this. Alright, so we need 1/4 cup of unsalted melted butter. So unsalted butter. I'm just going to pull out all the ingredients now. Our brown sugar. Where did I put that? And this recipe calls for packed brown sugar, so I generally don't do well with packing ingredients because I tend to pack a little too much in there. So let's see, that was a half cup. Cinnamon out. And oh yeah, we got to prep our. Ooh, good! I get to cut things for this recipe. Awesome. All right, so we've got one large green apple, which we've got in there. Well, we don't have a green. We do have red, but that's fine. And then our can of muffins, which we'll keep in the fridge for right now until we prep our other ingredients. So we'll go ahead and melt that up. And just to make this easy, your paper. Just use the knife we clean. Keep it easy here, and just cut this in half just to fit everything in the bowl. Just give that 15 seconds, nothing too crazy. So guys, that little bit there Stream Elements put in there about the men's lamp, you're not going to actually see that on this stream. That's normally for when we're playing desktop games or Switch. There's a lamp that's in my room that you guys can actually control by typing in one of those commands there. You can do it, it'll still work, you're not going to see it on the stream right now. So, just in case you were wondering what that was. Go 30 seconds on that. Butter is nowhere near melted yet. Alright, so we need a tablespoon of ground cinnamon. And I was going to get clove and grate my own, but I feel like with everything we're doing today, we can afford to cheat just a little bit. So let's get our spice jars out here. And let's see, we needed a tablespoon for that. Baby, actual baby crew. Go a little more on that. All right, good enough. That smells good. That smells good. Oh, and we also have an orange too that we need to crack out. Hi, Floyd. Have you come to join us for the cooking, the baking? Alright, so if you guys can't really see him right now, but my cat Floyd is in the room. If you could do !gray cat in the chat and find out more about this little guy here. Say hi. Alright, so we've got that. Let's do our brown sugar next. And I think we've got about a half a cup in here. If not, I've got another box. Yeah, for packed, I think we've got enough in here without having to open up the next. Good enough. Don't get too crazy with brown sugar. It's not generally my favorite, but that's so. And we actually still have some left, which is good. Go ahead and put that up. That off. Put this here for right now so we can free up some more of our room. Clean this off here. Since we're going to need to cut our oranges and our apples next. Alright, let's check our butter. Yep, there we go. That's our unsalted melted butter. So that worked well, so we'll put that there. Oh, actually these were green. For some reason I thought they were red, but no, we got green. There's our apple. Orange, we're going to need to juice the orange, so we've got that stuff ready. Let's cut our apple up first. Yeah, Floyd's my saucy one. He definitely likes to hunt too. He's always bringing me stuffed mice because he basically thinks I'm a shitty hunter, so he does the work for me. Alright, so let's get this guy cut up. And we're going to use our chunga chunga today. Yeah, isn't that? It's r/oddly satisfying, right? I think I might have done this the wrong way. Yeah, we wanted to wedge it. Well, we can still wedge it off these. It'll just be a little bit different than... See, my problem is I get into the habit of doing this with... Because I feed sugar gliders, and they get apples, and I get kind of brain struck into doing it a certain way. And my brain just kind of defaulted into that mode, so... Always want to make sure you're using a sharp knife, because a sharp knife is a lot less dangerous than a dull knife. And you're going to generally need to put more pressure on a dull blade than you are a sharp blade. And if you're putting more pressure on there, your chances are you're going to wind up cutting yourself. So don't do that. That's my snitch piece. Also my snitch piece. Actually, this turned out pretty well, so not the end of the world. I don't think I could ever get it that thin if I tried. It's kind of a happy accident. Alright, so there's our apples. for our recipe. And so we got our butter, our brown sugar, our cinnamon. Just did our apple. Let's do our large orange. Is there any better sight than that? Matter of fact, just because I like Instagram so damn much, take random photos and we'll post those later. Alright, so let's get to juicing this. And kind of a big bowl for that. Let's get something a little smaller. Or I always forget I actually have good measuring cups in here that we can reuse. I don't know if this is going to all fit in here. Ooh, just barely. So much better to do fresh squeeze than borrowing this from a jar. And now I have to go clean my glasses because I just sprayed myself with orange juice. Of course, I guess there's worse things to be sprayed with in this world, so. Alright. I'm just going to give my hands a quick rinse here so they don't get sticky. So now we've got our orange juice, which, you know, didn't yield a whole lot, but that's going to be quite good in the recipe. Alright guys, I'm going to go clean my glasses. And we'll be right back. So, hang out, enjoy the music, and I'll be back in a second. About that. Get these polished up here. And normally I don't get into October too much as far as holidays. I don't know, this year seems a little different, so I feel like I will give Halloween a try. It was never really something we celebrated much in my house growing up. But I started with getting this rather themed handkerchief, which have better photos on the Instagram, but it was a nice little touch to start off the season. So, alright, so we've got that, and let's get our puff dough out. so we've got that. Alright, so let's get our mixing bowl out. And that's why we do dishes in between. Alright, so we're going to mix our melted butter, our brown sugar, and our cinnamon. It's even more satisfying that it stays together after I put it in the butter. And then our juice. That didn't last long, did it? Alright. So we're going to give this a little stir. I need to get myself a little mini whisk. And then we're going to go ahead and add our green apple. It says to peel it, but meh. Just want to make sure these are broken up. So we're going to coat these pretty well. Probably another reason why I like to do these a little on the thin side. They're going to be easier to coat and mix around rather than huge chunks of apple. These around here. Alright, we're going to let these kind of marinate in there a little bit. We'll move this off. Still snitching on those flapjacks. They're too good. Alright. So, as some of you may know, I like the satisfying pop of a biscuit tin. So, let's see if we can recreate that. There we go. Third time's a charm. Alright, we'll get these out of here. Alright. And now this is the part I don't quite get, so I'm going to have to figure this out here. Alright, into 8 biscuits. So we've got that, 8 biscuits. And then, alright, so we're going to make 16 rounds, so we're going to split these in half. So this should be interesting. I guess, let's do this. Since these don't really pull apart all that well, I'm going to take my herb knife. Just spray that off with a little bit of oil. started here. Just enough so that it doesn't stick, and then we've got a little bit of pull apartness to them. There we go. Now we're getting it. Oh, a little thin there, but I guess that'll work. These are coming out good already. Split these up. Hopefully we have room for all these on our cutting board here. Alright, so there's our 16 halves from the 8 whole pieces. And we're going to do the apples on top of these according to this recipe. Now, I'm just going to do this recipe straight up, but there is going to be a little bit of a twist at the end. So that's why I'm following this probably a little more closely than I otherwise would. Okay, so got our apples here. That's looking pretty good. Oh, smelling even better. Alright, so we're gonna do, does it call for a certain amount? Not really, just has a few slices, so I guess we'll do 3 off at each. Hopefully we've got enough apple slices in here. Alright, so this will be our first tower. So I want to make sure we've got enough apple slices to go around. And we'll go one more here, and that's our 4 biscuits in the 1 tower. Make it too crazy here. Work on our last tower here. Yeah, we're running out of apples, so one little apple slice left, so we're gonna skimp on this last little guy here. Got this going, and so that's our 4 towers of 4 biscuits each, 16 halves total. And so now we go to put these in the tin. Hopefully we can cram everything in here. We'll see how this flakes up. We're going to need to butter this first, though, so... Just kind of lightly bang that off with some spray. And... cram that last little guy in there. And again, we have our oven at 350, so that's been good to go for a while. And I don't have a digital oven, so whenever I have to preheat, I just basically have to turn it on and just kind of let it sit for 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, depending on what temperature I have it at, just to make sure it's preheated enough. That's been going for a while, so we should be all right at 350. So now we're going to go ahead and throw this in, and it looks like the recipe has this for 40 minutes, or until top is golden brown. So we'll check it. So let's see. So let's go ahead and toss this in, and we'll give you a before. So what that looks like, guys. Did that come in there? Yep, there we go. So basically just laying it on its side. And I'd like to do a before and after on this, so I'm going to take a photo just to see how well this comes out. These are going to be really, really sweet. Really, really good. Alright. Okay, Siri. Oh. I called it Siri. See? Slipping back in my old ways. Okay, Google. Set a timer for 40 minutes.
40 minutes. And we're starting now.
What I'm going to do with this, I don't want to waste this filling since we've got enough. What I'll do is, I didn't plan on having that much left. Yeah, so I looked on that on my stove, and there's literally no lights anywhere on here. It's just basically just analog dials. I don't even have a clock on my stove or oven, so literally going old school. But all right, so we'll go ahead, we'll save that, and then we're going to work on our drizzle at the top. The recipe doesn't call for this, but who doesn't like a good drizzle on top of anything that has apple and cinnamon in it, right? So that's just simple, going to be a simple mixture here. Let's clean our cutting board off so we've got that ready to rock. One of these days, I'm going to get around to getting a beefier cutting board. And not that there's necessarily anything wrong with this one, it's a little bowed, and I'm not sure how that happened, but it's kind of bowed up. So if I lay it on the one side, it'll rock. If I lay it on the other side, it'll be kind of pitted in the middle. And because it's not making full contact with the counter, it tends to slide around when I'm kind of chopping stuff up. So we've got that, and let's go ahead and get our glaze going here. So we need our confectioner sugar. That's what I use there. And we're not going to make too much glaze. I think if we put it in something like that, we should be all right. Now, I keep pulling this bowl out. It's terribly huge just for what I need to do. So, we can use that size. That should do. Ooh, that breeze feels amazing. Where's the spray cap for this? I'll come across that at some point, I'm sure. Alright. Yeah, the problem is I don't have that many kitchen towels. I actually need to get a few more, which I'm kind of tempted to go back to Williams-Sonoma today and look for some stuff. So, because I had fun there yesterday and I kind of want to keep having fun. So, alright, so we got this. Alright, so we'll do... This calls for 2 cups. I don't want to really make that much of this. Where's my pour spout that I put in here? Oh, there we go. We're just going to cut this recipe down. And this is just going to be a 1/4 cup of fondant icing. Or, I'm sorry, fondant sugar, icing sugar. It's really just a fine powdered sugar, so you don't have to get too fancy with what you're making here. Squeeze some of the air out of this. Alright, so since we're going to 1/4 this recipe, do a tablespoon of milk, and my tablespoon's in there. We'll go half, and then we'll just do double on those. Should have just enough in here. And what else is it? Oh, vanilla extract. Okay. I guess I never thought about that, but that makes sense. Oh, so Senna, I took your advice and I did pick up some almond extract, so the next time I make buttercream icing, I will be making some with that flavor. So, this is a teaspoon. We'll just do, that should be good enough. You can always add more, especially with your flavorings. You can't take it out. And this is just a chopstick, just to get this worked in. Since I don't have a mini whisk, this is probably the next best. Anything can be a cooking utensil, especially if you're creative. And again, this is going to take a minute in the oven, so this is going to sit. I want to get this as smooth as possible. Pretty smooth. Let's do a quick taste. It's good. I think it has just the right amount of vanilla in it, so that's perfect. Pumpkin butter. Where did you see pumpkin butter at? Or are you looking at photos or something? Yes, I especially this time of year, I live by the pumpkin butter. Let me put this over here. So, I picked this up a few weeks ago. This is really good with those just canned biscuits, nothing too fancy. So this is the spiced pumpkin butter that I picked up. And then I got these yesterday. I was kicking myself for not getting these the last time I was there. They have a caramel pumpkin butter, which I'm really excited to try. And then your typical apple butter. So since I'm probably not going to make it to the orchard this year, unfortunately, I picked some of this up. So we'll try it. You know, it's a good little treat. But yes, the pumpkin butter is very good on the biscuits, just as they are. And that's the other bad thing about my stove, my oven. It doesn't have a glass door, so I can't just pop the light on and look inside. I have to open the door. And we all know when you do that, temperature drops. So I try to stick as closely as possible with the time and just kind of check it around that time, maybe plus or minus 5 minutes. Generally haven't had any issues with that yet. As far as reliability and consistency with temperatures, the oven's pretty good, so I'll kind of leave that in check. Alright, so we've got our glaze, we've got the rest of our apple cinnamon Enos. Still good. Cold, but still good. Alright, so we've got that up. Alright. And so then our next recipe, when we're ready for that, is going to be the apple pear crisp with peanut butter. That looks very involved, so I'm going to take my time with that one. Let's finish up our current recipe. We will do some dishes. I'm going to move the chat a little bit closer, so if you guys want to talk while I'm doing that, I'll actually be able to see the chat. Now that the cutting board is clean. So, and this is my tablet, by the way, if you guys haven't seen it before. This is what I'm reading chat on and checking out the stream and getting notifications and stuff like that. So. Yeah, I can't wait to try that caramel pumpkin butter. I've had pumpkin butter before, but just the normal spiced pumpkin butter. I've never had it with caramel, so we'll see how that goes. Speaking of caramel, there's a recipe that I found that I might make next Sunday that calls for caramel in it. And I love caramel, especially this time of year. It's my favorite candy. I like it more than chocolate. So I will probably make that recipe, although I'm going to do it with a little bit of a twist. I am going to try and make my own caramel. Because the recipe calls for getting just the little chewy squares and melting them down. Fuck that. I want to make it from scratch. I like caramel from scratch. I have made it once before many years ago, and it was delicious. So I want to try my hand at that again. I'm not a confectioner by any stretch of the imagination, so this might go horribly wrong. But we'll have fun while we're doing it anyway. And after all, isn't that the point of cooking and baking? It's just to have fun, get creative, and just enjoy the process. I mean, unless of course you're a chef in a restaurant, then your standards of what is and is not successful might be a little bit different. But for us, we just want to get. I want to wash it again. Clean all the time. We have different levels of success. So. you guys are enjoying the music. I decided to go with oldies this week instead of Sinatra. Oops. I don't know what happened. Speaking of music, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. That was a little weird. My phone's been kind of hokey lately. I'm not entirely sure why, but for some reason it'll just drop off the... Oh, there we go. It'll just drop off the wireless and then reconnect apparently for some reason. It's the only device that does it, so it's something with my phone. And once we get better scenes and stuff with OBS for our cooking streams, you guys will actually be able to see what songs playing and stuff like that. So, just unfortunately did not work out in the testing that I did. So, we will make that for improvements for a future stream. Damn, that's good. Alright, so what... Let me see what we've got going for our next... some apples we've got. We've got our oats. 2 pears, water, brown sugar, cinnamon, ginger, cranberries, peanut butter, whole wheat flour. Alright, awesome. Alright, so we can't do the preheat yet. Because the oven will need to be 375 for this next recipe. Let me turn that down slightly so I'm not having to yell over the music. And because I'm streaming basically from an old phone, I don't really have mixer control, so if the music is ever too loud, guys, let me know. Alright, so... Ooh, good, we get to toast oats with this next recipe. That's going to be fun, because usually I burn the shit out of them. So hopefully I won't need to run out to my car to get the fire extinguisher for this next recipe. Alright, so... Alright, it was apples, pears, water. Alright, so we need to do our prep here. So let's go back and see what we need. Alright, so we've got our apples. Hopefully I remember to cut them appropriately this time. And we'll just get our stems out of here. Ooh, that one's... If I can even grip this one. Ooh, just barely. So here's our 3 apples. And we've got our ginger. I love ginger, so I always, when I buy it, I don't buy it often, but when I do buy it, I'll buy a big piece, because, I mean, you can literally just drop hunks off this and it'll last for forever. Alright, so let's see what else. Cranberries. We get our cranberries, our ginger. Cranberries. So we got all that. And I believe this called for cinnamon as well. Yes, cinnamon. We have our ginger, cranberries, peanut butter, flour we'll get to. I don't want to get that out just yet. Brown sugar. Which I'm kind of sad that I put that away now, since, you know, we're just going to use it again. Alright, it doesn't say in the recipe, though, how to cut the apples. I assume diced, but it literally just says 3 small Gala or Empire apples. It does not actually say how to cut them. Unless I'm just somehow missing that here. Well, fuck it. We're going to dice them, guys. You know, it's all about creativity in the meal, right? Alright, so if we're just going to dice these up, I'm just going to cut them like I normally would. I feel like this song played already. Okay, Google, skip this song. And again, this recipe doesn't say what to really do with the apples, so I'm not a big fan of peeling things. So I mean, I guess we could cheat a little and just eat the ends. I want to try and get these as uniform as possible. So, and I'm going to save these little ends here for the sugar gliders. That way we're not going to waste them, because they will just devour those up. I didn't have that. Did I have that? There we go. Jeez, I gotta remember which way I cut these things up. And stripe it down the middle there. And then that way the gliders will get a nice little morning treat. Gliders are going to get spoiled this morning. Oops. Someone oops. No, Windows, go away. So yeah, AMK, the phone that I'm using is actually an old iPhone XR from my old carrier that I basically just pulled the SIM card out of because it's not active anymore. So it's more or less a glorified iPod Touch that I just keep on the Wi-Fi here at home. And then I've got the Streamlabs mobile app on it, so that's actually what I'm using to stream with now. Yeah, and it does pretty well. I'm fortunate that I have good internet at home. And actually, if you look back through my VODs and stuff, you'll actually see some stuff where I'm kind of driving around. I call it my night crawling or day crawling, depending on the time of day. And it actually does really well because I have a hotspot in the car, so it works really well in both those scenarios. Kitchen is definitely starting to smell more like cinnamon now. So that pull-apart bread, I'm sure, is coming out very nicely. You know, and this is probably the most unorthodox way to cut up an apple, but oh well. I do me, right? Nice, decent-sized little dices. And again, we're not going to waste anything because all of this here we're just going to cut up, and I will give that to the sugar gliders. So we will certainly have opportunity to make sure everything, or close to everything that we prepped today. Here's our apples. Gets used in some capacity, so we'll dice these up real quick. And even if they don't eat all of them today, that is perfectly fine. I'll put these in a airtight container, and we'll be able to they will be able to devour these later in the week. So then that's less prep I have to do. I'm going to have to sharpen this blade up. I think it's starting to get a little dull. Yeah, definitely going to have to sharpen this. I can feel it's not quite as the last thing I want to do is nip my fingers off, so I'm sure the last thing you guys want to see is me nip my finger off. After all, I did that last week already, or the week prior. Don't want to be doing that again. So, all right, let's put this in our container. I will tell you that that pull-apart bread is starting to smell so good. We'll have that out here in another few. Actually, we'll. Guess I could have just left a few in there. Go drop those in the cage. something for them. We'll get a lid for this. Those eat up pretty quick, so. Oh, we have one little apple slice in there in the in that cinnamon mixture. So, all right, so we've got our apples done. We got our pears in the fridge. I'm gonna leave them in there for the time being. All right, so 2 teaspoons of brown sugar that we can get. Small. Probably just left these out since I'm going to keep using them. Tablespoon, teaspoon. 2 of those little guys. It'll be easy enough to do. Look how cute those are! I go doe-eyed at like the dumbest things. Look at that. How cute is that? They're like two little nubbins of brown sugar. Alright, so then we need a ½ teaspoon of cinnamon. Quarter, half. Get our other little prep cup. Ah, perfect. And if it's heaped up, I don't think it'll be the end of the world. Alright, so we've got our cinnamon. And, ooh, now we get to do our ginger. Alright. So let's start here. Put that back here. And, I mean, this is what it is. You mean you might want to grate it a little bit, but you literally just break it off and grate it up. So. Right now I'm looking for... Oh, there we go. Now I had my little zester somewhere. And where is the... Okay, Google, stop the timer. Alright, so now we're going to pull this out. Oh, mommy, that looks good. And it's perfectly browned on top. Just browned enough. It's not too dark. Let me move you guys over there for a hot second. You can savor that. There is that. Unglazed, untreated, uncured in any sense of that fashion. So we'll let that cool down. We'll give that about 15-ish minutes or so to cool down, and then we'll go ahead and get it glazed. You don't want it too hot and have the glaze all running. We also want to put it out on a proper plate first, too. So. Alright, so we're going to need to put that on a cooling rack. Getting that out of there ought to be fun. Let me move some stuff around and we get our cooling rack out. Guess I should have read ahead. That'll work, and let me can't just flip this over. Unfortunately, we've got a little bit of oil down in there, and I don't want that to drain in. So let's... Looks like most of that evaporated off, so... Let's put this here for a hot second. Do this. It's the downside of working with a small kitchen, guys. All right. Hopefully, I don't turn any of these burners on. Don't try this at home, guys. It's certainly not recommended. But it's, you know, unfortunately what I got to do in a small kitchen with very little counter space. So. Let me see how hot this is. Man, the cinnamon on this smells amazing. Let's do this. These are not the most ideal pot holders. Let's move this out of the way. And see if we can... Ooh! Damn, that's hot. All right. Lay it like this, and we will... And the only reason I have that paper towel there is, like you can see, this isn't really made to be a cooling rack per se. It's more of just a large trivet for a casserole dish. So I got to put a little something there. Otherwise, as it cools, you're going to wind up seeing the product actually sink through between the grates here. So, but there is that. Ooh, there's a little apple in there too. Get that little apple out. Oh, so good. So here's what I'll do. Let me move this out of the way, guys. And you guys can watch that cool as I continue on with the prep. And that's going to actually get plated. And then we're going to drizzle some of this over it. That's why we want it to cool down a little bit. We don't want it as warm. We're going to drizzle it with the leftover kind of cinnamon marinade, if you will. And then some of our glaze, which we'll need to stir back up. So. Oh, gotta plug the phone in. So let me move this back over here. And I guess you guys can watch me do some more prep. Alright. Be right back, guys. That's the only downside with streaming from a phone is that because the camera's live all the time and it's connected to the internet and all this other fun stuff, it's kind of a bitch on the battery. So generally when I'm using this, I am leaving it plugged in, but it's a little harder to do, as you might imagine, in the kitchen. So unfortunately, I will need to disconnect the good mic from this. So bear with me a second, guys. I'm going to put this on mute, and then we'll be right back. Alright, so I apologize. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. If you can, give me a thumbs up in the chat. This sound's obviously going to be a little bit different because I'm not using the good mic, so I apologize for that, but we will improvise, adapt, and overcome, as they say. Alright, so I think we were going to go and grate our ginger, and let me see, how much of that did we need? We needed a half teaspoon. Oh, that's probably more than enough. Oh, it smells so good. I love fresh ground ginger. Absolutely love it. I also love candied ginger too, but one thing at a time. All right, so that's probably, that's probably about right. So let's scrape that up here with our small spoons. That. Just nub the rest of that off. And I mean, honestly, you could just stick that right back in the fridge. It'll get a little dry out on the end, but you can always nip that off and just continue to use it for whatever recipe you need to. So that's, ginger is one of those really versatile roots that you can just kind of let it fester and come back to it. Alright, there we go. Alright, so now we've got our brown sugar, cinnamon, and our ginger. And let me just clean this cutting board off just for a hot second. And I like how, despite moving that around multiple times, it's still congealed, as it were. All right, so let's see. We got our ginger. We'll do our 1/4 cup of dried cranberries. Or a quarter or a half? Half. I don't know why I said quarter. Quarter. Do I not have a quarter, or did I think I used that already? That's a half. Here's a quarter. There we go. Okay. I've already cleaned it. Didn't remember doing that, so. Actually, after this, I'll bump up the temperature on the stove, because remember, this needs to go for 375, not 350. So we're halfway there, but we'll give it a little longer. And I like a little extra, so. Alright, so let's move this to 375. Lock in our temp. We'll get that about 15-ish minutes or so to get up to speed. All right, put our sugar up. We don't want that to melt near the heat. All right. Then we got our cranberries. A cup of chunky sweetened peanut butter. Outstanding. And we had a Sprouts supermarket open up near us within the last few weeks, so that's where this is from. I decided to swing by there. I haven't been to a Sprouts since the last time I was out out west. I think it was Arizona, Phoenix area. Pull tap my ass. Yeah, how about that? How about that? Peppermint also has her own code in chat, !Peppermint. We'll get you information about her as well. She's the bossy one. So she keeps me in line, or at least tries to. Okay, we're gonna stir this up. Anyways, I was beginning to say, I like peanut butter that is natural. I like that oil on it because that way I know what's in it. So I will always opt for the machines that let you kind of grind your own in the supermarket. Whole Foods has them. I want to say Trader Joe's has it. Most of those types of places will have, at least used to have a section where you could do it yourself. I think they're the employees now with COVID and everything. They're pre-packaging these for you, but they're still ground in store. The point is, it's not something that's been sitting on a shelf and is just kind of mellowing out. It also doesn't have a bunch of chemicals and shelf stabilizers and that kind of stuff in it. So. It's pretty well mixed up. I think is really going to be able to get it mixed. And you know, the recipe calls for chunky, but a lot of people don't like chunky for whatever reason. I think those people are weird, but that's just my opinion. I've always liked a chunky peanut butter. I want to know I'm eating peanuts if I'm eating peanut butter, damn it. I use chunky, but I imagine you could use creamy, or, you know, split the baby, if you will, and maybe get something that's not as chunky. All right. We'll put our cinnamon up. That is amazing once that's stirred up, by the way. Then again, I have yet to meet a peanut butter I did not like, so. So we need a cup of this. We do need a cup of this. All right. And of course that one's over here. We'll probably use a decent amount of that peanut butter. There's definitely a bit more prep in this. Definitely a bit more prep in this dish than the other ones that we were making, so. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I think prep is half the fun of cooking, right? Hey, good morning, Shiv. How are you doing today? How's your Sunday going? Hopefully going well. For those of you that are just kind of new into the stream, we are making now our third recipe of our brunch stream. Our second dessert. So this is the apple pear crisp with peanut butter. And you know, I'd like to take credit for this, but all the recipes that I usually do are recipes that I found online, and I usually just kind of tweak them a little bit. It's not so much showing techniques or anything like that. It's more about just enjoying cooking and baking for what it is, and this is one of my passions. It's one of my passions I've had for quite some time, and I've just recently gotten back into it. But it's also about spending time with you guys, the community, right? So, food is the universal uniter. We can always agree to eat, right? So, alright, so let's see. So we needed a cup of these peanut butter. I'm just gonna have to, let's do this. Probably make this a little easier. Just to get it in here. I don't want to stick the whole. And that's fine if we use all of this up, you know. I can always get more. Matter of fact, I bought this specifically for today's stream, so I'm not too heartbroken if we wind up using it all up. Yeah, I never got spoiled as a kid to have kind of fresh peanut butter like this. It really wasn't a thing when you were growing up in the 80s. So, I mean, it was all Jif and Skippy back then. I don't even think they had crunchy or chunky peanut butter, depending on what it was called. Back then, it was just all creamy, and that's kind of what you got if you wanted peanut butter. So, all right. So now that that's measured out, it'll be another battle to get this out of the cup here and not leave any in. Oh, that came out pretty well, actually. Cutting board ASMR. All right. So we've got that. Keep that spatula just on the side, just in case. So now we got our peanut butter, we got our cranberries. What else do we need for prep? We needed, well, we're not going to do whipped cream on this. That's a little much. Although we could make buttercream. I've got the rest. I've got the ingredients for that recipe. So let's put a lid on that. All right. So then I think once we get this together, our pull-apart bread will be at the kind of the right room temp. We can go ahead and start to glaze that over. So. Alright. Oh, I apologize. I didn't see that sooner. Shiflor, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Alright, so go to some water. Just make sure we've got everything else here. Okay, so we get our pears out next. We can always add in the water. Not a big deal. So then our oats. What do we need on oats? It's a half cup old-fashioned oats, and that needs to get toasted, so. Here's our oats. Oh, Lord. Lift, ring, and pull around edge. Oh, well, that's handy. I normally don't buy this amount of oats, so that was a new concept for me. All right, so we need a half cup. Measure that out. You know what? We'll go ahead and just use our little tin here. Not a big deal. It says to use a baking tray, but you know, not a huge deal. All right, so we need a half cup. Yes. Just double checking. Yes, half cup. And this is quarter cup, so we'll do 2 of these. All right, so there's our half cup. Kind of spread these out. And these are going to get toasted for 5 to 8 minutes or until golden. So we'll go ahead and toss that in. We should probably be preheated by now. Okay, Google, set a timer for 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. And we're starting now.
Alright, so we will put those back. I'm going to snitch another flapjack here. So good. They're still good. Even though they're cold, they're still good. They're like little sweet tacos. Mmm. Pip, you back? You back? I got nothing for you. You're so bossy today. Do you have water in there? I don't have water. Don't get lippy. I just want to be on the stream. Little camera hog. Mm-hmm. So here are our pears, and these are Bartlett pears. That's just what I happen to have in there. Alright, so we've got 2 pears and 3 tablespoons of whole wheat flour. So let's measure that out, and we'll get that out of the way. Make sure that's dry. We don't want our flour wet. Alrighty. I have no idea why you can't buy a smaller package of flour. This 5 pounds seems a little overkill for this. Alright, so we've got a teaspoon, or no, tablespoon rather. So we need how much of that again? Just triple checking. 3 tablespoons. Or, yeah, 3 tablespoons. So we'll do 2 of the 1.5s. It doesn't say to pack this, so I'm not doing that. I know I could use a knife, but meh. Alright, so there's our 3. At some point I will have to get a container for this, but for right now that should be all right. No problem, Santa. I appreciate you staying in the channel anyway, so. Lurkers are always welcome here. So we've got our flour. We've got our apples that we cut up earlier. So we've got everything prepped except for our pears. Reading through the next set of instructions here, guys, so give me just a minute or 2. White apples, pears, water, sugar, cinnamon, ginger. Alright, so let's get our saucepan out. First things first, we'll have to move our bread out of the way. We made earlier. We'll get to glazing that soon. Probably do that once we get our other... Okay, Google, stop the timer. Once we get our... other dish in the oven. So I'll just move this over. ahead and throw these back in for the other 3 minutes. Okay, Google, set a timer for 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Starting now.
Alright, so then that'll toast the rest of that up. Boy. I'll take that as a compliment. Okay, so now we got our ingredients. Oh, stop, I'm going to wind up eating all these flapjacks. Alright, so let's go ahead and get all our ingredients combined into a saucepan here. We'll just, see here. Apples, and we're going to do sugar, cinnamon, ginger. Make sure we get all that out of there. I think the ginger is really going to give this a little bit extra. Alright, and then we need water. We need, I believe it was a tablespoon of water. Yes, tablespoon of water, which I'm not going to get too cute with that. I'm just literally going to grab a tablespoon and put some water in there. Alright, so there's that. Alright, so we're going to soften up the fruit. We're going to have these.
Could not explain. Precious love, you held my life within your hands. Created everything.
Okay, Google, stop the timer. I'm going to scoop out our seeds here. So we definitely don't want those. Rendering our you make me feel brand new. I sing this song 'cause you make me feel brand new. Just over medium-high heat. Make sure we don't burn that sugar. Alright, and then after that, the cranberries are going to go in. Put those over there. You built me up and made me sure. You gave my pride back
me. Precious friend, with you I always have a friend. You're someone who I can depend to.
And I'll tell you what, this kitchen didn't smell like cinnamon before. It damn sure does now. So what I'm going to do here is we are going to go ahead and cut these up. I'm just going to do half of these. Go ahead and toss these in. I'll let the natural sugars kind of cook off the dish. These are already kind of soft anyway, so I'm not as worried about tossing these in late. Because these are, like I said, the whole point of cooking all of this in advance is to kind of soften what's in there. These pears are nice and light, they're already soft, so you don't want to overcook them and make them all too soft. Okay, so we're going to switch it up here. Give me 1 second. And we're going to put those aside. Okay. So then what we're going to do, it calls for small clumps. So I don't know, we'll see how that goes. I mean, I guess this is small. I don't know, it's small to me. Probably could have dialed back a little bit on the amount of this. I'll just kind of drop these in. I'm not really getting method to the madnessy with this. Just gonna drop them in and see what's what. See how it comes out. I think that's pretty good. I don't want to put too much in there and have it be overly done. We don't want it to be extra. We want it to be just right. So we'll go ahead and stop there. We'll probably refrigerate the rest of that. We could always use that on some ice cream or something like that. So that should keep well enough. So we'll go ahead and we'll take a quick photo of this, again, for the Instagram. Alright, and now we're going to throw this sucker in for about 15-20 minutes until brown and bubbling. So, let's go ahead and toss this in. Okay, Google, set a timer for 15 minutes.
15 minutes. And that's starting now.
Alright, and we'll probably go ahead and change up the music here. If you guys will bear with me a minute. We'll go back to some classics here. Alright, so while that's in, let's go ahead and get our bread over here and we'll get that glaze.
Glances, wandering in the night. What were the chances we'd be sharing
And what I
love
will wind up doing...
before the night was
I didn't wash that yet. Oh, yeah, wash it. I have a plate that's almost perfect for that, so
was so inviting.
we'll go ahead and get that done.
Your
Just need to give this a quick wash.
was so
Dishwasher wasn't quite full, so I didn't run
in
it.
my heart told me I must have you. Strangers in the night, two lonely people, we were strangers in the night. Up to the moment when we said our first hello, little did we know, love was just a glance away, a warm embracing dance away. And ever since that night, we've been together, lovers at first sight.
Paper towel
In
on
love
this, because
forever.
kitchen towel's getting a
It
little-
turned out so right.
little past its
For
prime here.
strangers in the night. Love was just a glance away, a warm embracing dance away.
little stuck here. Stuck to the apples is what it is. I need to get a Silpat liner so this doesn't happen again. Alright, so at least we've got it off there. We'll get the rest figured out in a second. Probably left this on here a little longer than I should have, but I'm not entirely sure yet, Senna. You're right, I have done quite a bit this morning, more than I usually do. Although it's been a fun stream, and we're still going. We've got our final recipe in, so yeah, I'm gonna use a Silpat for this next time. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a little bit of paper towel. It's not like it's gonna hurt you. I just could have mentally prepared for this a little bit better. I might hop on Animal Crossing later. We might do a second stream. Just depends on how I'm feeling. But there we go. Flip that over. So you won't even know. Secrets in the sauce, as they say. Yeah, I might hop on a little bit later for some Animal Crossing, a later stream, probably around 7. I'm not 100% on that yet. We'll see how the day goes. But if I do go live, I'll post that on Twitter and on the Discord as well. Again, probably a good time to remind everybody, !social in the chat. We'll get you links to the Twitter, the Instagram, the YouTube, as well as !Discord. We'll obviously get you a link to the Discord. So. All right, so we have got our bread. It's nice and cool, so we should be able to drizzle that pretty well. Stir this up. Remember, this was the remnants of our butter, our cinnamon, brown sugar that we marinated the apples in for this. So just kind of, and we'll kind of see how this goes. And then probably what we'll do is we'll pop that in the fridge. We'll let that kind of firm up a bit, and then we'll go ahead and put our glaze on top. So let's pop this in the fridger. So we'll leave that in there for a little bit. We still have our glaze. We'll probably have to warm that up just a little bit so we can drizzle that on. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting on that. And in the meantime, I'm gonna have another flapjack. Yeah, at this stage of my life, I should probably know better, but I don't exactly have any non-stick liners, so you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Yeah, I'm kind of anxious too. I've never made this before, so we'll see how that goes. Speaking of which, hey Google, how much time is left on my timer?
You've got 8 minutes and 2 seconds remaining.
There we go. So we'll know in 8 minutes. And the good news is we still have some of the crumble mixture left. I just realized the camera's crooked. Apologies. We'll plug this back in here. So we're going to save that. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with it. I might just top it over some ice cream, maybe. I'm thinking French vanilla, but I don't know. We'll see. In the meantime, I'm going to put that in a container so that doesn't go to waste. So that should keep. Yeah, it's actually really good, and it's something that they recommend that folks like me who've had bariatric surgery focus on having. Things generally have higher protein in it for that reason. So I got hooked on that at a surgery, and I'm still kicking with it. It's actually really delicious. They have muffin mix, waffle mix, pancake flapjack mix. So it's they even have the little individual. Let me turn this down a bit. They have the individual. You know how like the Quaker Oats comes in the quick oatmeal packs? They have those as well. So you can get those to go, or you can actually get the cups, like the cup of oatmeal. They sell them like that too. So it is a little cheaper though if you buy the packets. The cup of oatmeals are a little on the pricey side. I think, if memory serves, don't quote me on this, but if memory serves, I think they were like $4.50 each. You get a decent amount, but keep in mind that's for one serving. Whereas, you know, you pay a little bit more and you're going to get like a dozen packets of the oatmeal, and you can put as much or as little of that in there as you want. So, yeah, your mileage may vary depending on what you like and how you like it. They have a lot of different flavors too. I don't know what their website is offhand, but you can just Google Kodiak cakes, pull up their website, and you can actually order directly from their website too if you want it. You don't want to head out to the supermarket or something. So I'm gonna put those back there and tempt you guys with those. Oh, damn, those are good. Now, I'm not really entirely sure what I'm going to do with the rest of this apple marinade. Oh, god damn, is it so good. I could just eat that. I'd like to save it. I just don't think I have a container to put it in. It's the problem. I mean, everything I have is huge. I could use this, although this is kind of overkill. I mean, I guess it's better than wasting it. So. I'm definitely gonna have a ton of dishes to do. So that's good. We have a little apple slice in there too. So one I forgot earlier. All right. So that's cool enough. We'll just go ahead and pop that in the fridge. That'll keep. Alright, so I think this has chilled enough. Let's swap this out, and then we'll get ready to do our icing on top. Hopefully we made enough. I am going to heat it up a little bit because it looks like it kind of congealed. just go 10 seconds, just enough to get it a little more liquefied.
And all my bright tomorrows belong to
Yep. Just need to stir it again. I don't know if this is going to be enough. And again, this is just enough to give it some texture on the top, some visual appeal. It's not really made to ice the whole top of it like an iced loaf. Let's see how this goes. We're just going to keep going till we use up all of the icing. Just moving in the same pattern as we did before. We'll let it run down the sides. I mean, it's icing. It's supposed to do its own thing, right? And so there's that. Damn, that already looks good. Take another photo for the Instagram yet again. Though, you know, it's really hard to take good photos in here because of the way the light is, it casts shadows on everything. But we'll... So there's that. Yeah, I don't like a really thick icing. I never really did, unless it's a lemon loaf. Lemon loaf needs, like, I need to be able to cut that icing with a blowtorch. That's just my own preference. But yeah, this is more of a glaze than an icing per se. And I think it you know, it's kind of mixing a little bit with the apple marinade, is what I'm calling it. So yeah, that'll look good. So we're gonna go ahead and pop this back in the fridge for just a little bit longer. Okay, Google, stop the timer. Perfect timing. Alright, so we're going to stick that in the fridge, and we'll let that glaze kind of firm up a bit, and then we're going to go ahead and take our dish out of the oven. Hopefully this is decent. Actually, I'll put this on the cooling rack here. Whew. A little too cheeky with that one. Right, I'm going to move this over here real quick, guys. I'm going to put the cooling rack here, and then you guys can watch this cool. I should have... I think I went a little heavy on the crumbles. Probably could have been smaller crumbles. But overall, damn, I gotta say that looks good. And it's not sitting in too much liquid, which is nice. I was afraid that the pears might get a little soggy, but... Let me see. Put that back in for a little bit longer. Yeah, let's go another 5 minutes on that. Just because I want to get a little bit more brown on the top, and I want the crumbles to be crunchy, almost like a granola. So let's pop this back in. And I'm going to move that back in the oven a little bit further. Okay, Google, set a timer for 5 minutes, please.
5 minutes, and we're starting now.
All right. All right, so action-packed morning, guys. We had our flapjacks earlier, our banana cinnamon flapjacks, which turned out amazing. More of a kind of a cross between a silver dollar pancake and an actual pancake, but nonetheless, they're very, very tasty, very delicious. They cooked up pretty quick too. I think that took, what did we say, about 25 minutes from prep to plate. So. And then we've got our pull-apart bread, our apple cinnamon pull-apart bread, which is currently cooling the glaze in the fridge. And then we've got our apple-pear crumble, which is in the oven right now for another 5 minutes, just to get a little more brown on the top. And then we should be good to go. We can pull that out and we'll let that cool. So I'm going to go ahead and do some dishes now, do some cleanup. Guys, enjoy the music. I'll move you a little closer. We can chat while I'm taking care of stuff too.
You smile.
We certainly used a lot more of our measuring cups than we normally do.
I never knew the charm of spring, never met it face to face. I never knew my heart could sing, never missed a warm embrace.
And I'm going to cheat. Some of this stuff I'm going to wind up putting in the dishwasher.
Chestnuts and blossoms, holidays
None of this stuff really needs to be
under the tree.
soaked or scrubbed.
April in clouds, this is a feeling that no one can ever repeat.
Peanut butter is generally the only thing that I need to kind of pre-rinse off from my dishwasher because it doesn't really melt it all that well. Alright, so we can probably close that up. I'll do everything else by hand. So, Son, what do you have going on for the rest of your day? You got any stuff planned for the remainder of your weekend? Okay, Google, stop the timer. Of course, just as I put soap on my hands. Yeah, I never grew up with a dishwasher, so I'm generally mistrusting of them anyway. And anyone who knows me knows I love technology. However, move you guys over here. I'm always a little funny about that. So. more brown, but so we'll let that cool. I'll let you guys keep an eye on that.
I can only give you country walks in springtime and a hand to hold when leaves begin to fall and love who's burning bright, warm the winter night. That's all. That's all. There are those I am sure who have told you they will give you the world for a toy. All I have are these arms to
I'm really glad I got this cookware set because it's a nice high-end cookware. It's Calphalon, but it's also non-stick, so it's the best of both worlds. It's stupid easy to clean. I love this. I could not have made a better investment in grabbing this.
say it's me that you adore for now and evermore. That's all. That's all. If you're wondering what I'm
You know, and the awesome thing is, because we're starting to get into more of the holiday season, we'll be able to do some more themed recipes, which is nice. My mom always used to bake around the holidays, especially Christmas. So when I was a kid, I would get crossed at the streets because I, busy area of northeast Philadelphia is where I grew up. And we had crossing guards that would cross us, and for every crossing guard on the route that I took to school, both to and from, so the AM and PM guards, my mom would make them usually like a walnut bread or something like that, fresh baked every year without fail. She did that for quite a few years until she got sick and she wasn't able to be as physically active as she once was. So, but yeah, I mean, she always had a great time around the holidays with baking for others. It was always her thought was other people, never herself. I mean, she would bake for the family, of course, but in probably the 90 things that she made in the oven that year, or any given year, probably 80 to 85 of those 90 items were for other people. So, and my mom always did it so well that I always kind of felt bad baking, only because I know my baking would never ever be as good as hers. But I've gotten back into it and started to enjoy it a little bit more. My baking might not be hers, but it's mine. So. And what do we always say? We say we have fun with it and we enjoy it. Whether it's the act of baking or cooking or the music or the people that we're around, that's what we're about on these brunch streams every Sunday. Good friends, good food, good time.
I've learned my lesson, but I wish I were in love again. The furtive sigh, the blackened eye, the words I love you till the day I die, the self-deception that believes the lie. I wish I were in love again. When love congeals, it soon reveals the faint aroma of performing seals, the double-crossing of a pair of heels. I wish I were in love again. No more be punch drunk. Believe me, sir, I much prefer a classic battle of a him and her. I don't like quiet, and I wish I were in love again. In love again. In love.
I'll tell you, that crisp is looking pretty darn good over there. Almost done with our dishes, guys, and then we will check on our pull-apart bread that we have in the fridge. See how that's coming along. Unfortunately, there's too much to go around for me to actually taste this. However, this is your incentive to join the Discord. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. We'll get you a link to that. And we're going to go ahead and be posting some photos in there later. And my thoughts on how these dishes came out. Also, exclamation point social in the chat is going to get you links to the Twitter, the Instagram, and the YouTube channel. We do occasionally put videos up, clips up on the YouTube channel, as well as, I started a vlog at one point, and I hope to get back doing that soon, but we'll have to see how that goes. Dry my hands off here. Take a quick break in the dishes. Well, I'm glad you enjoy the Sunday streams. It's definitely a little more. I know our gaming is usually pretty low key, but I'd like to keep our cooking streams even more low key. Again, just having fun and good food and good time. So that's what we'll continue to do. And likewise, if there's a recipe, turn that off. If there's a recipe that you guys would like to see me make on stream, I'm more than happy to indulge, depending on what it is and if I feel like I can pull it off or not. But I'm pretty adventurous when it comes to things to do in the kitchen, as you might be able to tell. So if you are interested in doing that, by all means, that's another reason to join the Discord. That's where we're hanging out most days when I'm not on stream. Actually, when I'm not on stream, I'm definitely in the Discord. And we're always there to talk. We have the Foodies channel where we're posting photos of stuff like this, stuff that you guys are making at home, stuff that you're getting out maybe in a restaurant, or something you just made from scratch. So it's a really good opportunity for you guys to share your culinary creations. All right, I'll tell you what, I will make that next Sunday if I can find a good recipe for that, because I've never made a hollandaise sauce, and I usually screw sauces up. So don't hold your breath, but I will attempt that next Sunday. We'll see how that goes. Usually the only sauces that I can do well enough are ones with wine in them. So we'll see how that goes. do our measuring cups real quick. Blitz those. That's how you stay. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable. And the best part about doing dishes as you go is after you're done all the work, you don't have a sink to empty. So that's always a nice little happy bonus. And it's sugar, it's really not. You can kind of see how it's getting to that pastiness to it. You just want to make sure you keep an eye on it because of the sugar. You don't want it to burn. You don't want to really caramelize it. There we go. Now we're really starting to get this rendered down. And don't be afraid to scrape the walls of the pan. Get all the rest of that caster sugar all incorporated in here. We're going to put this down on a low heat. And we're basically going to let this render down a little bit more because we don't really want it chunky like this. This is more of a preserve at this point. So we'll just kind of let that mellow for now. Again, low heat. And then we'll take care of some of this other prep here. So yes, and it does actually tell you if you punch in like the POU for whatever it is, the code. I lost the manual with the scale, but yes. Long story short, you can actually get the macronutrients for whatever ingredient it is you're weighing. I don't really go that heavy with it. I kind of stopped tracking macros a while ago. I really only focus on, and when I say focus, I mean that loosely. I really only focus on the calories and the protein content just because that's what I need for my diet. But, you know, someone else may need to worry about the amount of iron that they have or calcium or something like that. So, yeah, any good food scale is going to be able to do that. At least, you know, any food scale this day and age really should be able to do that. We're going to render this down a little bit more because it's still kind of whole for right now. And I might cheat because a potato masher ain't just for potatoes. We just want to make sure that this is mashed up enough and there's no kind of big chunks in here. I mean, that's a good consistency. What we don't want are whole bits of raspberry or strawberry or whatever berry it is that we're doing. You could do this with any berry. It doesn't have to be limited to raspberries. It's always equal parts of whatever it is that you're doing. So, you know, raspberries or strawberries, blueberries, blackberries. You could do just about any kind of fruit like that and render it down. You just have to remember to do even parts, or equal parts, I should say. Equal parts fruit and sugar. That's really the only key. And to make sure that you melt it in, incorporate everything together. Alright, so I think we are pretty well set with, oh, I hung my towel back up. Just wondering where that went. Pretty well set with this. And it's going to be, I mean, if you have this overheat, it's going to be runny like this. It'll thicken up as you go, especially when you put it in the refrigerator, because you are going to want to refrigerate this both to initially kind of cool it down and to eventually use it. You want it a little thicker than this. You could also strain this too if you did not like it. You want it more of a syrup. You could strain this out with like a cheesecloth or something like that, and just get the flavoring of it, and use that in just about anything, honestly. Anything that you would want to flavor with raspberry. All right, so that's golden. We're gonna keep that going there. We'll stir that occasionally, and I'm gonna just temporarily turn that burner off. The back burner is already off. I think what else we're gonna do. Go ahead and use up the remainder of these strawberries that we've got here. And we're going to just do a quick strawberry jam as well. So the first thing I want to do is I want to weigh these out. Since we have like less than a full container, I want to make sure that we've got the right amount of sugar that we're combining to this. So got this on ounces, and oh good, so we get right at 7 ounces of strawberries. So then we know we need 7 ounces of sugar, which should be just about what we've got left. Give this a quick stir. You see the bubbles forming in there. Go ahead and prep our strawberries real quick because we do want to take the tops off. And the best part about prep for something like this is you really just need to, in the case of raspberries, you don't really need to do anything at all. Strawberries, you can just nip the tops off and you're good to go. So it's one of those, it's not like you've got to dice them up or anything like that. And I'm just going to go ahead and weigh these again just to make sure that our weight didn't change too significantly. And the good news is these strawberries should be fairly ripe, if not slightly overripe. So this should be a nice, sweet jam that we've got, or will be making, I should say. Oh, yeah, actually, we went down quite a bit, by about 1.5 ounces. So I'm glad we remeasured that. So we need to do about 5.5 ounces of sugar. So we'll grab that back out here. Oh, that was actually the rest of our caster sugar, so that works. We're just short of what we need, but that'll be fine. So we've got those. We'll dump that in. And we will grab another spatula because we don't want to mix flavors. And we will crack this up on high again. And we will let this render down. So, my understanding, and I could be wrong on this, so better men than me have done this. My understanding that pectin is only if you want to, for lack of a better term, can it or have like a preserve. I don't really. I just do it like a simple, equal parts, and that works well for me. That's all the recipes that I found say to do that. So. I think it's more if you're doing like a canning or you're going to do like a mason jar or something like that, where it's a little bit more of a preservative. I'm going to cheat just a little bit here. Take my herb shears and cut some of these strawberries up just so they render a little bit quicker. We're going to turn our heat down so we don't burn our strawberry. And now we'll be able to really start to work this in together. And I could already smell these strawberries. Ah. And again, these should render down almost the same exact way as our strawberries. Give these another cut here. Kind of help the process along. And again, these are just herb shears. This is nothing fancy. Turn that down onto a low heat. And basically, we're just making sure that this is jammed up. And we'll continue to stir this. Make sure that's on low. Because again, we don't want to burn the sugar. We're going to need to keep trimming these a little bit more. I probably should have mashed these up beforehand. But you know, this is not a step I think anyone would normally have to do. I just wanted to kind of speed the process up a little bit so the strawberries did not take as long to render down. And this smells absolutely amazing. Like you would think a strawberry syrup would taste and certainly smell. And we'll continue to let that do its thing over heat. Looks like our raspberry, oh yeah, that's actually starting to thicken up a little bit now that it's off the heat. Smelling that after stirring that is simply amazing. Looks like these strawberries need just a little bit more work than the raspberries did. The raspberries are easy enough to render down. They get pretty soft pretty quickly. The strawberries, not so much, because they are a more dense fruit. We're going to take that off of heat. And we'll just let that do its thing. And I'm going to have another flapjack while we're waiting, I guess. Yeah, so herb shears are the, at least in my use, my cheat tool. If I forget to cut something up or I put something, as you saw with the strawberries. You know, you can't really cut them when you put them in there, but you can very easily stick some shears in there and just kind of cut them up as they go. And with herb shears, you're generally going to get a little bit more of a cut, or more quantity of cut, especially if you do like a strawberry. You know, you'll get 5-6 slices of that instead of trying to mash it up by hand. Just for a little extra now that should render down a little bit better. So I think we are in some pretty good shape as far as Yeah, the raspberries are definitely ready to be put in a container. Strawberries might need a minute here. And you know, this would, you know, you could do this as a topping on top of just about any kind of dessert, really. Ice cream is the obvious one. You'd want to let it cool first. You could certainly put it on top of ice cream, pies, even the flapjacks that we made this morning. If you wanted more of a dessert type of situation, you could certainly go that route. Probably going to have to clean 2 of those glass containers by hand just so we have something to put those in. So let's do that. So now we got those done, and we just need to dry them out, and then we'll be able to transfer This is definitely a more marathon stream with my batteries going on both my tablet and my phone. We've definitely surpassed expectations today. Plug this in real quick. Alright, so there we go. Alright, so we are almost done wrapping this up here. I'm just going to dry out our bowls so we can put and the good part about these bowls, which you've seen me use for prep dozens of times now, is that they also come with airtight lids, which is great putting things like these jams up. Alright guys, so give me a sec here and we'll get you transferred back over to the other side here. I'm going to put our apple over there. And, oh, there's the lid to the spray. Alright guys, so hang tight a sec, we'll get you back over to the prep area. Alright, so I apologize for all the extra kerfuffle here. Like I said, we are almost done. Here's our lids. And I guess we'll go with our raspberry first since that's the one that's fully done, and then we'll check the strawberry in a bit. Now again, this still needs to cool down, but at least we'll have an easier time doing it. Oh, and a little bit more than I bargained for there, but that's all right. We can do something with that. We can do something with that. And let's check our strawberry. strawberry's looking good. I think we can sneak the lid on this one. I think we're just at the brim there. Actually, just to be on the safe side, let me just spoon some of this out of here. You can always put that in another container. That's not a big deal. So that's our raspberry. I'll put this over here, let that cool down. And then our over strawberry should fit in here. Yeah, right. It's either too big or too small. And in my case, it's usually too small, and I have to wind up dirtying 3 or 4 containers. I will tell you what, I love raspberries, and I'm not that much of a fan of strawberries, but this strawberry jam smells absolutely amazing. Alright, so that as well. So then we've got our, oh actually, what do we have to do? We have to take a photo for the Instagram. Well, I guess we don't have to, but we choose to. This was rather impromptu, but I'm glad we did it because it lets us flex our creative muscle a bit, right? All right, so now we can. I mean, these are warm, but I wouldn't say they're hot, so we can get away with putting the lids on these, I think. And these lids aren't super tight anyway. They're snug. But they more or less just kind of sit on there, so. Alright, guys. Well then, yes, see, you can eat the strawberries that I don't prefer, and I'll eat the raspberries that you don't prefer, so that works. You know, I was gonna make a trip to my cooking store today. I don't know. It's a little, I mean, it's not terribly late. It's only 2, just after 2. I might do that. I might not. We'll see. I don't know what the rest of the day is going to have planned. I do know I definitely want to hop on Animal Crossing later. So that is an eventuality. See if I can tweak this a bit here, guys. Give me 1 second. Sorry if I'm making y'all dizzy. One of these days we'll get a better camera situation here. I promise. Oh, come on. There we go. And I will move. Give me 1 second. Really got to work on this just a bit better. All right. Oh. Flip this around. All right, there we go. One of these days, guys. One of these days. All right, so yeah, I don't know what we're going to be doing the remainder of the day. Although, like I said, I do want to hop on Animal Crossing later. We have a lot of work to do on the island before we have our community event on Saturday, 10/31. Don't forget. If you are not already a member of the channel, go ahead and make sure you hit the follow button. And also exclamation point Discord exclamation point Discord in the chat will get you a link to the Discord that you can then join. And then we're going to be discussing kind of how things are going to work, different ideas. And again, it's a community event, right? So it's not just going to be what I want to do, it's what you guys want to do. So we'll obviously have different things for you to take part in on the island. We're doing some upgrades and stuff. There'll be opportunity for a little bit of trick-or-treating on there as well. So, you'll be able to leave the island with some gifts if you're either starting a new island or you want to add things to your current island. There is definitely a flea market area that you guys are more than welcome to take. If you have a need for fruits that grow in trees that you don't have native to your island, feel free to take those as well. But yeah, we're planning a bunch of different things for that. Again, that's going to be Saturday, October 31st, Halloween night. Our usual time, 7 o'clock. And all throughout the month of November, we're going to be doing some stuff as well. So more information on that is in the Discord, in the general channel. Again, !Discord. If you're not already a member there, go ahead and punch that up, and you'll be able to join in the community for all the fun that we're going to be having the remainder of this month and all into next month as well. So, yeah, awesome stuff. I'm definitely looking forward to it, Santa. All right, guys. I think we're going to wrap it here. We're pretty much exhausted out with all the stuff that we baked and cooked today. We'll definitely have photos on the Instagram. We'll be sharing photos in the Discord as well. I know I kind of beat the Discord up a bit. So !Social in the chat is going to get you links to the Twitter, the Instagram, and the YouTube, where you're going to find a longer shelf life for a lot of these, especially the cooking streams, because I do like to kind of keep those going after the fact. And what we'll do there is we'll post these videos, because you only get a 14-day shelf life if you are not either an affiliate or partner on Twitch. So I do like to keep those videos around a little bit longer. So this live stream will probably be up on the YouTube channel a little bit later today, if not almost right after this stream. So certainly appreciate everyone checking things out today. I appreciate the new follows. Thank you, Senna, for continuing to be in the chat and talking up a storm. I certainly appreciate it. And we'll be affiliate before we know it. So thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Have a great Sunday, and we'll see you later. Cheers.